as we celebrate and honor this incredible group of young men who make up our senior class. To our seniors, this day is for you. And to your families, thank you for the unwavering support, the long drives, the packed bleachers, and the countless sacrifices that helped make this journey possible. Seniors, when you first stepped onto this field, you were full of potential, energy, and dreams. Over the years, you've grown into leaders, teammates, and role models. You've faced adversity, celebrated victories, and built a legacy that will live on in this program long after you've played your final game. You've shown what it means to wear the CUC jersey with pride. You've represented our university with class, competed with heart, and carried yourselves with integrity. Whether it was early morning lifts, late night study sessions, or extra reps, you gave it your all. Today is not just about baseball. It's about the relationships you've built, the lessons you've learned, and the impact that you've made. You've left a mark on this team, this campus, and on each of us who have had the privilege to coach and cheer you on. As you prepare to take your next steps, whether it's continuing your education, starting a career, or pursuing new dreams, know that you will always be part of this family. The doors to this field, this dugout, and this program will always be open to you. So today we celebrate your journey, your achievements, and your future. Let's make this day one to remember. Thank you, seniors, and thank you, families. And now we would like to honor our 13 baseball seniors for all their contributions to the program and university. We will go in numerical order here, so we begin with number 1, Blake Hickey. Blake Hickey is from Chicago, Illinois, and is accompanied by his mom, Holly, and dad, Thomas. In his 2 years as a Cougar, he's appeared in 19 games with 23 1/3 innings pitched. He's recorded 21 strikeouts and a career ERA of 6.94. This year, he recorded 3 strikeouts against Lakeland. His favorite CUC baseball memory is the Florida house with the boys. Coach Smith says, Blake Hickey is the definition of attention to detail. He hyper-focuses on the small things that most people miss, and that's what makes him so dependable every single day. He has an easygoing personality that keeps the clubhouse loose, but when it's time to work, Blake locks in like few players I've coached. He refuses to move on to the next task until the job in front of him is done right, to his standard of perfection. That combination of calm confidence and relentless precision is something our program will feel long after he graduates. Blake will graduate with a degree in accounting and plans to run 2 small businesses while also pursuing internships. Thank you, Blake Hickey. Number 3, Alan Mateo. Alan Mateo is from Austell, Georgia, and is accompanied by his girlfriend Nina and family friends Eunice and Yamil. In his 2 years as a Cougar, he's appeared in 6 games with 3 2/3 innings pitched. He's recorded 5 strikeouts with a career ERA of 7.35. This season, he recorded 2 strikeouts against Rhodes. Allen was also a NAC Scholar athlete last season. Coach Smith said, "Alan Mateo is one of the fiercest competitors I've ever had the privilege to coach. No setback in his career ever derailed him or changed who he is. He embodies the true meaning of a team player, always putting others first and doing whatever the moment demands, without needing recognition. Alan is relentless in everything he does, on the field and off, and his work ethic sets a standard for everyone around him. If you ever come into contact with Alan Mateo, you don't forget him. He leaves an impact that lasts well beyond the game." Alan will graduate with a degree in communications and media and plans to either attend graduate school or enter into a role within sports operations. Thank you, Alan Mateo. Number 5, Jake Mahler. Jake Mahler is from Vernon Hills, Illinois, and is accompanied by his mom, Kristen, and dad, Brian. In his 4 years as a Cougar, he has appeared in 109 games and recorded 92 runs, 138 hits, 92 RBIs, 34 doubles, 1 triple, 20 home runs, and a career batting average of .368. This season, he recorded a career-high 6 RBIs against Dominican and was named NAC Position Player of the Week for April 8th. He also currently ranks 5th in Division III in home runs this season with 12, tied with his brother Brandon. Jake was named to the NAC All-Conference First Team and the ABCA Rawlings Second Team All-Region last season, as well as being on the CSC Academic All-District Team. He is also a 3-time NAC Scholar athlete. Jake's favorite CUC baseball memory is during his sophomore year against Aurora, when he and his brother Brandon both hit a home run in the same game for the first time in their careers. Coach Smith said, "It has been a true pleasure watching Jake Mahler grow over these last 4 years, both as a player and as a person. He was asked to move positions during his career and never once complained. He put his head down and went to work for the good of the team." Jake has a rare ability to connect with his teammates and build genuine relationships, a special skill that makes everyone around him better. His love for his teammates is real, and the impact he has made on this program will be felt long after his time here is over. Jake will graduate with a degree in business administration and a minor in finance. Jake plans to be a graduate assistant baseball coach. Thank you, Jake Mahler. Number 7, Dave Daimling. Dave Daimling is from Bloomingdale, Illinois, and is accompanied by his mom, Sedina, and his dad, Matt. In his 4 years as a Cougar, he has appeared in 29 games with 55 1/3 innings pitched. He has recorded 55 strikeouts with a career ERA of 6.66. This season, he recorded 3 strikeouts against Illinois Tech. Dave is also a three-time NAC Scholar athlete. His favorite CUC baseball memories are the Halloween parties at the baseball house every year and his complete game against Wisconsin Lutheran his sophomore year. Coach Smith said, "From his freshman year to now, Dave Dimeling has grown into exactly the pitcher our coaching staff believed he would become. Even after a season-ending injury and just days removed from Tommy John surgery, he showed up to our doubleheader simply to be there for his teammates. That is the definition of a selfless teammate. David carries a competitive fire that's always burning, no matter the situation or challenge in front of him. Never lose that fire, David. It will take you farther in life than you can ever imagine." Dave will graduate with a degree in health science and a minor in marketing. He plans to become a college baseball coach. Thank you, Dave Dimeling. Number 8, Richie Sperando. Richie Sperando is from Darien, Illinois, and is accompanied by his mom, Tony, his dad, Rich, his brother, Joey, and his girlfriend, Camille. In his 4 years as a Cougar, he has appeared in 59 games and recorded 88 putouts, 103 assists, 46 hits, 28 runs, 8 doubles, and a career batting average of .261. This season, he recorded a career-high 4 hits and career-high 3 runs scored against Marion. Richie is also a 3-year NAC Scholar athlete. His favorite CUC baseball memory is when the Cougars walked off Penn State Abington down in Florida his sophomore year. Coach Smith said, "I couldn't be more proud of Richie Sperando for showing up every single day for 3 straight years and working as hard as he has. The payoff he has had this year is well earned. His resilience is unmatched, and he never flinched, even when the road wasn't easy. Richie has a great feel for keeping things loose, but he also knows exactly when it's time for everyone to lock in and get serious. Watching his relationship grow with Coach Nelson has truly been one for the ages and speaks volumes about who Richie is as a teammate and a person. Richie will graduate with a degree in criminal justice and plans to go to the police academy next fall and find a department to join. Thank you, Richie Sperando." Number 9, Brandon Mahler. Brandon Mahler is from Vernon Hills, Illinois, accompanied by his mom, Kristen, his dad, Brian, and girlfriend, Katie. In his 4 years as a Cougar, he has appeared in 122 games and recorded 667 putouts, 93 runs, 166 hits, 132 RBIs, 35 doubles, 3 triples, 20 home runs, and a career batting average of .352. This season, Brandon registered a career-high 6 RBIs against Grove City and has been named NAC Position Player of the Week twice. He also currently ranks 5th in Division III in home runs with 12, tied with his brother Jake. Throughout his career, Brandon has been honored as NAC All-Conference Second Team once, NAC All-Conference Honorable Mention twice, CSC Academic All-District Team once, and a NAC Scholar Athlete 3 times. His favorite CUC baseball memory? Hitting back-to-back home runs with his brother Jake against Illinois Tech. Coach Smith said, "From the first day Brandon Mahler stepped on campus, I knew he was going to be a leader in this program. Over these 4 years, Brandon and I have had our battles, but I wouldn't change any of them, because those moments made me a better coach and pushed us both to grow. He learned how to channel his fire and emotion each year to drive himself forward in a productive way. Brandon's tremendous passion for everything he does is infectious, and the impact he has had on those around him will be felt in this program for a long time. Brandon will graduate with a degree in marketing and a minor in sports management. Thank you, Brandon Mahler." Number 10, Anthony Polano. Anthony Polano is from Park Ridge, Illinois, and is accompanied by his mom, Tara, his dad, Eugene, and his sister, Finley. In his 5 years as a Cougar, he has appeared in 36 games with 47 2/3 innings pitched. He's recorded 30 strikeouts with a career ERA of 6.23. This season, he returned to the mound for the first time since last year down in Texas against Hardin Simmons. He was named to the CSC Academic All-District team his junior year and has been a 4-time NAC Scholar Athlete. Anthony's favorite CUC baseball memory was when many of the seniors went to an old teammate's wedding in the summer of 2024 and the trip to Lafayette that followed. Coach Smith said, "Anthony Polano, you and I walked in here together 5 years ago. And wow, I can't believe how much you've grown into an amazing man or how fast this time has gone. I'm going to miss our mid-game conversations and those constant talks about how to attack hitters. You've been the heart and soul of this program the past few years, and last season proved it more than ever. When you were injured and searching for your way, your mental toughness never wavered, and you still found ways to pass your preparation and competitiveness onto every other pitcher. That's something not many people are capable of doing. Your first outing back this year under the Texas sun could not have been scripted any better, and the emotion your teammates felt is the same emotion you've always shown for them. I'm really going to miss grabbing coffee, talking culture, pitching, crazy new ideas, and just life. These moments mean more than you know." Anthony will graduate with degrees in political science and English. He plans to attend law school in the fall. Thank you, Anthony Polano. Number 11, Garrett Williams. Garrett Williams is from Eaton Rapids, Michigan, and is accompanied by his mom, Nicole, and his dad, Tony. In his lone year as a Cougar, Garrett has become an important member of the program, on and off the field. His favorite CUC baseball memory is hanging out with the guys. Coach Smith said, "Garrett Williams, thank you for coming to CUC from Concordia, Ann Arbor. I know that transition was not easy, and I hope through it you learned just how tough you really are. A lot of people would have hung up the cleats in that situation, but you didn't, and that speaks volumes about your character. From day one, you built genuine relationships with all the guys, to the point where many would have thought this place has always been your home. I'll always appreciate the meaningful conversations we've had about life and things far bigger than baseball. Those moments are what truly last. Garrett will graduate with a degree in business management and plans to become a sales representative. Thank you, Garrett Williams. Number 14, Dom Owens. Dom Owens is from Frankfort, Illinois, and is accompanied by his mom, Shannon, and his dad, Keith. In his 4 years as a Cougar, he has appeared in 51 games and recorded 213 putouts, 28 runs, 46 hits, 39 RBIs, and a career batting average of .329. This season, he registered 11 putouts against Dominican. Dom's favorite CUC baseball memories are the little moments that you take for granted. Coach Smith said, Dom Owens, hands down the best vibes guy a program could ever ask for. You bring a sense of calm to the field and to the pitching staff that can't be taught. And your ability to relate to anyone and become friends with everyone is what makes you such a great teammate and someone I will truly miss. The bullpen conversations we shared will never be forgotten, and your one-liners still make me laugh, and always will. Even during difficult times, both on and off the field, you consistently kept a positive attitude and put others before yourself. Please never lose that. Watching you succeed in the classroom and on the field has been an amazing journey to be part of, and I'm grateful for every moment. Dom will graduate with a degree in accounting and plans to become a CPA. Thank you, Dom Owens. Number 17, Brendan Holloway. Brendan Holloway is from Vernon Hills, Illinois, and is accompanied by his mom, Melissa, and his dad, James. In his 2 years as a Cougar, he's appeared in 46 games and recorded 51 putouts, 39 runs, 37 hits, 18 RBIs, and a career batting average of .274. This season, he registered a career-high 4 RBIs against Dominican. Brendan was named a NAC Scholar athlete last season. His favorite CUC baseball memory is going on the Florida trip. Coach Smith said, Brendan Holloway, a few summers back is when our relationship really started. Coaching you on the college team and truly getting to know you. And I'm so grateful I had that opportunity. Your smile can light up any room and has a way of making everyone around you smile right back. The passion you have for the things you care about is evident every time that you speak, and the joy on your face shows a pure love that's impossible not to get excited about. I can't wait to follow your journey and see where life takes you, because I know wherever it is, you are going to excel. Brendan will graduate with his MBA in finance and plans to work in finance in the Chicago area. Thank you, Brendan Holloway. Number 20, Jack Carroll. Jack Carroll is from North Aurora, Illinois, and is accompanied by his mom, Andrea, his dad, Mark, his brothers, Sam and Will, and his grandma, Lori. In his 4 years as a Cougar, Jack has appeared in 20 games with 40 innings pitched. He has recorded 38 strikeouts and a career ERA of 5.62. This season, he recorded a career-high 10 strikeouts against Benedictine. Jack has also been named a NAC Scholar athlete twice. His favorite CUC baseball memory is when he and Jake sent Richie to the bullpen for calling the opposing hitter's home run on Kyle's first collegiate appearance. Coach Smith said, "Jack Carroll, when you first stepped on campus, you were quiet and kept to yourself. But I'm so glad you let your personality shine, because it's one I'll never forget. I'll always remember that phone call before you arrived when you told me you needed Tommy John and asked, 'Coach, do you still want me to be a part of this program?' I hope you remember my answer. 'Absolutely, dude. We'll go through this journey together.' And what a journey it's been, one that neither of us would ever change. Watching how seriously you attacked your rehab as a freshman, I knew great things were ahead of you, and your career has proven that. Your relentless work ethic, attention to the smallest details, and the competitive fire that burns inside you to be the best never go unnoticed. And I know you'll carry that same drive into whatever comes next." Jack will graduate with a degree in history and a minor in psychology. He plans to pursue his master's and doctoral degrees in forensic psych and hopes to become a crime analyst. Thank you, Jack Carroll. Number 22, Elliot Higgins. Elliot Higgins is from Park Ridge, Illinois, and is accompanied by his mom, Sari, his dad, Bram, his brothers, Sam and Oliver, and his girlfriend, Kate. In his 4 years as a Cougar, he has appeared in 34 games with 49 1/3 innings pitched. He has recorded 48 strikeouts and a career ERA of 7.84. This season, he recorded 3 strikeouts against Illinois Tech. Elliott was named to the CSC Academic All-District team last season and has been named a NAC Scholar athlete 3 times. His favorite CUC baseball memory is playing hacky sack with the boys. Coach Smith said, "Elliot Higgins, out of all the pitchers who have come through this program during my time, you are one of the best stories I'll ever tell. From a freshman year where you struggled and openly wondered which way was up to where you stand today, it's an incredible transformation. You could have let that first year derail you, but instead you took ownership, transformed your body and your arm, and turned yourself into a pitcher we trusted in the biggest spots. You got your body to match your confidence on the mound, and the results speak for themselves. Watching you stop being a passenger and take total control of your career has been truly special, and I know you'll carry that same mindset into life and become the very best. I'll always be proud to say, I know him, and I had the privilege to coach him. Elliot will graduate with a degree in health science and a minor in business management and plans to become a physical therapist. Thank you, Elliot Higgins. Number 44, Kyle Stone. Kyle Stone is from Winfield, Illinois, and is accompanied by his mom, Lisa, his dad, Steve, his brother, Tommy, and his girlfriend, Sam. In his 4 years as a Cougar, he has appeared in 19 games with 21 and a third innings pitched. He's recorded 13 strikeouts and a career ERA of 6.82. This season, he registered 2 strikeouts against Bluffton. Kyle was also named NAC Scholar Athlete twice. His favorite CUC baseball memory is getting the save against Marion Game 1 of his freshman year. Coach Smith said, Kyle Stone, January 2020 is when we first met, back when I was on the coaching staff at St. Francis, and it didn't take long to see who you were. Two-way Kyle Stone, and yes, he can still play the infield, just watch him during batting practice. But what always stood out most was your mental toughness. Your freshman year at Marion, with our season on the line, you stepped in without flinching. Putting a freshman in that spot almost never happens, but from that moment on, I knew you were built for big situations. I'm going to miss those Monday mornings or next day 9 a.m. couch conversations about your outing that always turned into so much more than baseball. What I love most about you is how coachable you are, willing to take any and all advice to get better while staying true to who you are. Never lose that. On top of it all, you are one of the most selfless teammates I've coached in 20 plus years. Always catching, short boxes, catching bullpens, or helping in the bullpen to take care of others. And that says everything about your heart and character. Kyle will graduate with a degree in political science and a minor in criminal justice and plans to attend law school. Thank you, Kyle Stone. Thank you to these 13 incredible seniors for all of your hard work and dedication to the Cougar baseball program. Let's give one big final round of applause for our 2026 seniors. Wishing you the best of luck and God's richest blessings in all your future endeavors. Whew.
Hello, Cougar Nation, and welcome to River Forest for some Saturday baseball action. It's the Concordia Chicago Cougars hosting the visiting Edgewood University Eagles as we begin the final 2-week stretch in conference play. The Cougars coming into today on a bit of a hot streak. They've won their last 3 in the NAC straight. And they come into the game at a 10-5 record, sitting 4th in the NAC. Right behind them is the Edgewood Eagles, coming into today, sitting 9-5 in the NAC. And they've had a pretty solid season. The Eagles coming off of a doubleheader split against a very, very talented Concordia, Wisconsin baseball team. Before that, though, a doubleheader split against Dominican University, one of those teams down in the bottom of the NAC. This is a team, they've had some great moments. They've had some tough moments, and they have a very, very tough schedule to close out their conference play. And if they can get a big win, at least even one, here today in River Forest, it would do a lot for the Eagles. Cougars looking to put down the hammer in the Thunderdome and move their positioning in the NAC up further, solidifying that top 4 spot. It'll be the Eagles leading off today. Leading off for the Eagles today will be number 3, Hayden Hellenbrand. On deck, Kyle Prindle. And in the hole, number 11, Jacob Carney to start the day for the Eagles. On the mound for the Cougars is Ryan Ronell, one of the Cougars' top starters, who has had a fantastic year. And Ronell is going to fire that off the outside of the plate for a ball to start this game up. Ronell on the year, he's been fantastic. 6 games started on the year, a 3.27 ERA, leading all Cougars in those eligible players. And through 33 innings pitched, he struck out 29 players. He gives up a lot of slug, but he does keep that batting average down at around 273. In a 2-0 hole to start this at-bat, and he fires that one right on the edge to get his first strike of the day. Hellenbrand, he's a guy, he gets on base. 455 OBP, hitting around 323 on the season as Ronella fires that down low. 3-1 count now on Hellenbrand. And these early innings are key for the Cougars pitching staff. You look at these last few games, the Cougars, they've won their last 3 NAC games. 2 of those games, though, went down by at least 6 after just 1 or 2 innings. As Hellenbrand pops that up over third, Jake Mahler under it to make the play. Hellenbrand fouls out, and Ronella gets the first man back to the bench. And with 1 out for the first time today, Kyle Prindle will come up to the plate.
Batting second, the shortstop, number 2, Kyle Prindle.
Now Prindle this season hitting around 305, getting on base around 448. Second on this Edgewood team with 4 home runs. As the left-handed shortstop steps in. Ronella fires outside for ball. And this Edgewood team, they got a lot of lefties, especially relative to a lot of these other NAC rosters. It's not a lot of bat left, throw left. It's a lot of bat left, throw right. And that left-handed batting, it varies up that batting order, and it provides a bit more of a challenge for the pitching staff. As Ronella sitting in with another 2-0 count. And he fires that on the inside corner for a strike, getting deja vu from that first at-bat. 2-1 pitch on the way from Ronella. And that bends on in, evens things up at 2-2. Ronella going off speed. We haven't seen a lot of that through these first 2 at-bats. Even count at 2 on Prindle. Ronella kicks and fires. That's grounded over to second. Sperando gloves it and then bobbles it on the transition, and they get it to Linko in time! Richie Sperando making the heart pound on the first grounder of the day. He gets the job done, and that's out number 2. That second base position, last couple of games, been a little bit of a shaky spot for the Cougars. Jake Mahler been playing there most of the year. He's over at third today. He didn't have the best day over at second against Illinois Tech back on Tuesday. A couple errors back in game 2. And Richie Sperando, one of the stalwarts at short for the Cougars this season, getting the start at second today, as Ranella fires that in for a strike on Kearney. And that does mean that Jeff Becker is back into the starting lineup over at short. As Ranella fires that low for ball one, evens things up at 1. 1-1 count on Kearney. Ranella fires. That's off the plate, 2-1. Kearney is the best contact guy on this Edgewood team. He's hitting around 385 on the year, and the slug is there. He's got 8 doubles, a couple of triples, and a homer. What he does best, though, is just get on base, hit those singles, put the ball in play. He's also walked 17 times as he fouls that off, even things up at 2 apiece. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs on Kearney. Ranella kicks and fires. That's fouled off to the soccer field. Kearney will stay alive. Kearney sets himself. Ranella back on the rubber. Calls in, he delivers. That's just off the plate. That'll fill it up, 3-2. Ranella trying to go 3 up, 3 down to start off the day. Here's the payoff pitch from Ranella. In there! He freezes Kearney! And Jake Kearney does not like the call. Chatting with the umpire all the way back to the dugout. Ryan Ranella, a huge sigh of relief for the Cougars. 3 up, 3 down. No runs scored for Edgewood, not even a base runner. As Ranella gets his job done. And out onto the mound, we'll head your starter for the Eagles, Chris Hahn. Before we talk about him, we'll talk about that Cougars offense that's coming up to the plate. Leading off today for the Cougars is Cam Buckley. Center fielder Buckley had a huge grand slam in that game 2 against Illinois Tech on Tuesday. Batting second for the Cougs is Brendan Holloway. And then batting third, one of your stars and one of your seniors today on Senior Day, Jake Mahler, number 5. Following him up in the cleanup spot, his brother, Brandon Mahler, another one of the seniors on this Cougars team and another one of those stars on this squad. Xavier Zagerman batting 5th today, headed up Dom Owens and Jack Linko batting 6th and 7th respectively. Like we mentioned, Jeffrey Becker back into the lineup. He's batting 8th and slotting in over at shortstop. And then Richie Sperando moving over to 2nd and batting 9th. Sperando, he has been very hot lately, putting the ball in play. Last win out against Illinois Tech, Sperando had the walk-off single to win it for the Cougs, and he's going to look to have another good day at the plate today. It'll be Buckley, Holloway, and Mahler leading things off for the Cougars. On the mound for Edgewood is Chris Hahn, and if the Cougars are throwing their best starter out onto the mound today, Edgewood throwing one of their statistically shakier starters on the mound for game 1. You got a lot of baseball to go through today. You're probably going to have to use a lot of your pitchers. We're going to see that from both teams. So Edgewood starting off with Chris Hahn, who he does get through a lot of innings. He's a workhorse, gotten through 26 innings on the year and 6 games started, struck out 19 guys on the year, but with an 8.89 ERA, Hahn gives up a lot of contact. An opponent 351 batting average, 4 home runs allowed on the year for Chris Hahn. And he'll be facing off against Cam Buckley to get things going. It's a chilly day in River Forest today, feeling around, and that feels like 30 degrees, wind around 12 miles an hour, the gusts up to 24, as Buckley's going to ground that over to 2nd, picking it up on the hop, and getting it over to 1st is Comer for out number 1. 1 pitch, 1 out. Buckley heads back to the bench. And with 1 out, that'll bring Brendan Holloway up to the plate. Holloway on the season in around 281. He's another guy who's also been picking it up as of late. He's been a stalwart in that lineup. He's moved up the batting order. getting the ball in play, picking up a lot of singles and a few doubles here and there. Hahn fires that low for ball one. One-0 count on Holloway. Hahn sets on the rubber, kicks and fires. And that just gassed down the middle for strike one. Got Jake Mahler on deck. One out. Wind blowing hard out to right field. Here's the 1-1, and Holloway grounding that over to short. Picked up by Prindle, slinging over to first. And a good stretch from Jacob Carney to make the play for out number 2. Some nice defense early here from Edgewood. And with 2 outs, that'll bring Jake Mahler up to the plate. And Brandon Mahler on the year, he's been the best player in this Cougars lineup. Jake Mahler has been incredibly hot as of late, picking up 3 homers on the day against Illinois Tech, bringing them tied up for that team lead at 12 and tied for the NAC lead at 12. Not tied for the NAC lead. Aurora playing a lot of games in the last couple of days. That's Tyler Patton, who's up at the top of the NAC now. As Mahler's going to fly that out to right, carrying to the edge of the warning track. Tom Pox there to make the play. 3 up, 3 down for Hahn. We head to the top of the second. Both of these teams still scoreless as Edgewood's coming back up to bat. And we're back, top of the second between the Eagles and the Cougars. It's 0-0 as Ryan Rella heads back out onto the mound. Leading off this inning for Edgewood is Aiden Comer, who takes that first pitch high for ball 1. Comer on the season batting .350 exactly. As he fouls that off, it'll even it up at 1-1. One of the biggest things, and we've heard Matt Smith talking about this, the Cougars pitchers early in games, they've had some trouble settling in, hitting the zone where they want to. A lot of balls, a lot of off pitches. That's fouled off again. Was going to land in play as the wind blew it back over the line. Jake Mahler's there to make the grab for out number 1, and that's probably the best glimpse that we've seen today at what that wind's going to be able to do. That ball curving over the baseline and then getting blown all the way back in 6 or 7 feet. One out as Mac Vesperman comes up to the plate. Takes that first pitch low for a ball. Vesperman only because there's a lot of guys on this lineup hitting in the high 300s. Only hitting 301. Still pretty good there. His power is where he makes his money. 7 home runs on the year. Highest slugging percentage of any of these Eagles by a tiny bit. Slugging .603 on the season. He takes that one low for ball 2. And as a lefty, he'll have a big advantage hitting out to right field today. Again, that wind 12 miles an hour, gusts up to 24. Straight away east. As Ranella fires that in for a strike. Ranella gets set, kicks and fires again. That one high for ball 3. Hitters count for Mac Vesperman. Ranella fires the 3-1. Big swing and a miss. Vesperman goes fishing. And it's filled up at 3-2. Three balls, 2 strikes. Ranella gets the call in. Here's the payoff. Swing and a miss! He makes Vesperman look silly. Getting tied up inside. Ranella's second K of the day. That's out number 2.
Batting 6th, the left fielder.
Up to bat now, Dominic Lee. The left fielder, Lee on the year, hitting .314, slugging around .477, getting on base at .459. Again, this is an Edgewood team. They get on base a lot, and he'll get on base with that first pitch, a single laced into right field over the outstretched arm of Sperando. First hit of the day for either team with 2 outs and a man on first. Ben Truby will get his first look of the day.
Batting 7th, the catcher, number 18, Ben Truby.
Truby, the starting catcher today for Edgewood. Ranella sets himself, kicks and fires. That's low for ball 1. This Edgewood team, they have had a very, very consistent starting lineup all season long. As Ranella fires that outside again, ball 2. On their roster, 9 eligible batters. Beyond that, just 2 more guys with 10 at-bats. That's only 11 guys on the roster who have taken more than 10 at-bats on the season. And at the point where you've played more than 30 games, that's not a lot of guys. And you'll see a lot of guys. The Cougars have those who they haven't had that many at-bats this season, but 10, pretty achievable number at this point. This is an Edgewood team. They like that consistency. It served them well this year. And Ben Truby, keeping the bat on the shoulders, serving him well in this at-bat. 3-0 count, ultimate hitters count. As Ranella sets himself, he'll kick and fire. Truby showed bunt, pulled back, and Ranella fired that in for a strike. Not sure if you really need to be concerned about a bunt in this situation. I mean, 2 outs, guy on first this early in the game. This is not a bunting situation for Truby. Ranella fires, that's inside. Ball 4, he gets the walk. Back-to-back base runners aboard for Edgewood. And that'll bring Charlie Tompuck to the plate with guys on first and second and 2 outs.
Batting 8th, the right fielder, number 33.
So Ranella, after retiring the first 5 straight, got to take a little bit of a reset, a little bit of a breather. Tompuck, he has honestly probably the biggest threat in this Edgewood lineup, hitting .371 on the year. Only 3 home runs, but he's slugging at .600 across doubles, triples, and home runs. A combined 8 extra base hits. He does strike out more than almost anyone on this Edgewood roster. 24 Ks on the year for Tompuck as he fouls that off for strike 1. The 0-1 pitch from Ranella. Off the plate for ball one. Ranella doing a quick check back to second there with 2 outs this early in the game. My focus is on the guy at the plate. Retire him any way you can. Innings over. 1-1 pitch. That's in there, ball 2. So as he starts to get some base runners aboard, Ranella starting to widen his target zone a little bit. 2-1 count on Tompak. That's lifted into right center field. That'll get down. Off the wall. 1 run scores. Lee's in to score. The throw in will hold Truby at third. It's an RBI double. Charlie Tompak puts the Eagles on top in the second, 1-0. 2-out rally still going for Edgewood, and that ball hammered deep to right field, halfway up the wall. I mean, that was going to get down for a double either way, but that wind carrying it even further. Up to the plate now, Carter Kelly, the center fielder. With runners at second and third and 2 outs. 3 straight base runners for Edgewood. It's led to a run, the first of the day. Kelly on the year hitting .299. He's picked up 22 RBIs on the season. He's in a great position to tack on a couple more here. The 2-0 pitch in there for strike 1. Two 2-1 count on Kelly. Ranella fires. And that catches the edge of the zone again for strike 2. Evens up the count. Ranella back on the rubber, trying to end the inning. That's grounded over to third. Mahler charging, picks it up, slinging it first. Linko picks it for out number 3. Cougars get out of the inning, not before Edgewood puts a run across. It's 1-0 Eagles, and after the last couple of games for the Cougars, still only being down 1-0 after 2 innings. It's a sigh of relief with how explosive this Cougar offense has been as of late. That 1-0 lead doesn't feel like much for either team. As we get ready for the Cougars come back up to the plate in the bottom of the second, we'll run through your seniors for the day. It's senior day in River Forest and a very large senior class for this Cougars team. Included in that senior class, Blake Hickey, one of these Cougar pitchers. Number 3, Alan Mateo, celebrating his senior day as well. Mateo's been out injured for the last while. Jake Mahler, number 5. We mentioned him, one of the seniors in that starting lineup. Mahler has had a fantastic season and a fantastic career for the Cougars. Dave Daimling celebrating his senior day alongside Richie Sperando and Brandon Mahler, both of them, 2 more of those seniors in the starting lineup. Like we mentioned, Sperando been incredibly hot in the last couple of games for the Cougars, and Brandon Mahler, he's been hot all season long, one of the top players in the conference so far this season. Anthony Polano, Garrett Williams also celebrating their senior day. Polano been at Concordia for a long time, one of those pitchers for that Cougars team. Dom Owens, Brendan Holloway, another one of those 2 of those seniors in the starting lineup for the Cougars. Rounding out that senior class, Jack Carroll, Elliot Higgins, and Kyle Stone. All of those guys celebrating what is not their final home game as a Cougar, but is their senior day in their senior season. Leading off the bottom of the second, it is Brandon Mahler. Cougars went 3 up, 3 down in the bottom of the first. Brandon Mahler's trying to get the offense started up in the bottom of the second as they trail 1-0. Hahn bends that in on the outside corner for strike 1. Oh, 1 count on Mahler. Hahn sets on the rubber, kicks and fires. And that's going to be grounded foul towards the Eagles dugout. That's strike 2 on Brandon Mahler. Not the start to the at-bat he wants. Ultimate pitcher's count for Hahn. He gets set on the rubber, and he fires. Mahler drives that up the middle of the field, hopping over second for a base hit. First base runner of the day for the Cougars. Brandon Mahler gets aboard. There's a man on first and no outs for Xavier Zagerman.
Batting fifth, the right fielder, number 16, Xavier Zagerman.
Worm burner straight up the middle. Gets things started for the Cougs. Xavier Zagerman up to the plate for CUC. Starting right fielder for a lot of this season. Hahn will fire, and Zagerman checks his swing. It's in there anyways for strike 1. Oh, 1 count on Zagerman. Quick check over to Mahler at first. Now Hahn fires. And Zagerman lets that one go, bending its way straight through the zone. And Hahn, he gave up the hit to start off the inning, but 2 straight 0-2 counts to start the inning is nothing to scoff at. 0-2 count. Hahn fires. And Zagerman, way out ahead of the off-speed pitch. Trying to go high for it. He was swinging at anything on that pitch. It's a 3-pitch strikeout for Hahn with 1 out and a man at first. Dom Owens up to the plate for the Cougs. Like we mentioned, Owens, one of the seniors for this Cougars team in the starting lineup today. On the year through 58 at-bats, he's hitting .241, getting on base around .351. A designated hitter today for CUC. And there's our first pitch clock violation of the day. Owens not getting in the batter's box. Sorry, that is a pitcher's pitch clock violation. The umpire showing strike at first, then showing no, it's a ball. And then that's 2 balls in a row. Hahn fires it way outside, so maybe the mind just a little rattled after the pitch clock violation. .2-0 count to start the at-bat on Owens. And now coming out to have a quick chat with the home plate umpire is head coach of the Eagles, Al Brisack. Brisack in his 27th season coaching the Eagles, a stalwart of that athletic department. Is you have to imagine he's talking about the pitch clock violation called on Hahn. And at this point, I mean, 2 pitches later, there's not much you can do about it, but maybe you're looking to get some clarification for the next rest of the game. .2-0 count on Owens. He's got a runner at second as Mahler advanced to second on the wild pitch. Hahn fires that low, almost in the dirt. Ball 3. So 2 straight 0-2 counts to start the inning, and then Hahn starts off the one against Owens with a 3-0 count. 3 balls, no strikes for Owens. Hahn just gasses that down the middle for a strike. Owens keeping it on the shoulder in the 3-0. So 3-1-1 now. Hahn sets back on the rubber and fires. Swing and a miss. He gets Owens whiffing, and that fills it up at 3-2. Full count on Dom Owens. Runner at second. Here's the payoff. Owens Pops that up over towards third base, settling under is Hellenbrand, and he drops it, and it's fair! Hellenbrand, he had it lined up under the wind, and it just rolled straight through his glove onto the ground. So Owens reaching on the error, and that wild pitch coming up huge for the Cougars. You don't got to worry about getting doubled off at second because Mahler's already there. Jack Linko up to the plate for the Cougs. He takes that first pitch for ball one, the first baseman. Linko, he had a huge home run in game one against Illinois Tech back on Tuesday. He's got 2 on the year. 1-0 count. Fired in there. Linko grounds out over towards second. And Owens is going to be out. The ball, he runs into the ball as he's charging for second base. That was going to be a little bit of a tough play for Comer if it did get to him, too. So, a little bit of a break for the Eagles.
Batting 8, the shortstop, number 4,
So,
Beckert.
well, call it a fielder's choice. Pretty much what the outcome is. Runner out at second. Now runners at the corners for Jeff Beckert. Beckert takes that pitch off the outside. One-0 count on Beckert. Beckert starting at shortstop early on in the season, fell out of that starting lineup for a while. He works his way back into it today. He hasn't had the greatest year at the plate, hitting just 195. Getting on base at a 319 rate. He's in there with a 1-1 count right now. Hahn fires, and Becker swinging and missing on the pitch outside. 1-2. One, two count for number 4. Hahn steps and fires. Linko's going for second. They get Beckert looking. The breaking ball catches the corner. Second, 2 strikeouts on the inning for Beckert. He gets out of it with no damage allowed. Cougars strand runners at first and third. We head to the top of the third. Edgewood leading 1-0. And we're back top of the third. Edgewood leading Concordia 1-0. Ryan Ranella back out on the mound for another inning of work. It's been a solid day of work for Ranella, giving up just one run through the first 2 innings. That one way outside and in the dirt. For ball 2. So a 2-0 count on Hellenbrand. Hayden Hellenbrand leading off the inning for his second at-bat of the day, and he takes a big hack at that one outside for strike 1. Ranella fires that one low for ball 3, 3-1 count. Like we mentioned earlier, it's been a bit of an up-and-down season for Edgewood. And a perfect example of that is that last doubleheader against Concordia, Wisconsin. That's a very good Falcons team. Oh! Ranella catching the outside of the zone. Barely catching it. Hellenbrand, he'd already chucked the bat to the dugout. He was headed to first. Now he's got to set back in with a full count. We'll get back to that later, but full count. Payoff pitch from Ranella. Grounded to third. That's a foul ball. Mahler was there for it either way. So Hellenbrand going to be a bit frustrated in the batter's box now. Trying to still get on base after thinking he had already gotten the job done. Ranella back on the rubber, sets, and here comes the payoff pitch. That's popped foul again. So Hellenbrand will keep the at-bat moving. Three-two count on the batter. Ranella kicks and fires. In there, strike 3. He gets Hellenbrand looking. Hellenbrand thought it was another ball 4. Ranella sits him down and sends him back to the dugout. A frustrating at-bat for Hellenbrand, a great one for Ranella, and that's out number 1. So with 1 out, that'll bring Kyle Prindle back up to the plate for Edgewood. Prindle grounded out to second his first time up today. He shows bunt. He backs out of it. Ranella pulled the string too much. That was way inside. That one high for ball 2. So a good start to the at-bat for Prindle. Two balls, no strikes. Ranella back on the rubber. Fires the 2-0. Oh, and he hits him. Drilling the protector on the elbow. First hit batter of the day. That sends Prindle over to first. That time he stays in there and takes the hit after getting out of the way of it on the first pitch. Man on first with 1 out now for Edgewood. That brings Jake Carney to the plate with a man aboard. Carney struck out looking his first time up. Ranella turning over to first on the pickoff. Prindle's able to get back in time. Getting ready, and here comes the first pitch to Carney, and he'll foul that back over the backstop. Oh, 1 count on Carney. The 0-1 pitch. Fired in there for strike 2. So after a bit of a messy couple of pitches against Prindle, Ranella dialed back in up against Carney. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. Pickoff attempt over to first again. keeping Prindle close to the bag. Another pickoff attempt. Prindle slipping as he tries to get back. He's still able to dive back to the bag in time. And it's still an 0-2 count against Kearney. Still just 2 pitches thrown since he got to the plate. Rinella fires. Strike 3. He gets Kearney looking. That catches the inside corner. Another strikeout for Ryan Rinella,
Second baseman number 1, Aiden Comer,
who has had a great day today in that area. 4 Ks through 2 2/3 so far. Aiden Comer up to the plate. In his second at bat of the day, another pickoff attempt over to first. Prindle just beats the throw back to the bag. Prindle on the season, on the bases, he has been a decent threat. Another pickoff attempt. Prindle gets back in time, so he's dancing over at the bag, back and forth. Hitting that at around a 66% stolen base success rate, 10 for 15 on the year. As that pitch from Rinella is outside for ball 1. (1-0) count on Comer. Make it 2-0. Now one inside. Prindle takes his lead back over at first. Another pickoff attempt. He beats it back. He took a bit bigger of a lead that time, was just able to get the mitt back in. 2-0 count. Rinella fires. That's way up and out for ball 3. So through all of that, it hasn't felt like an awful at-bat for Rinella. It's a 3-0 count on Comer. Those pickoff throws doing a lot to make the at-bat feel longer. 3-0 pitch fired in for a strike. And Comer getting ready to head to first, but nodding his head, acknowledging that that one did catch the zone. Didn't just catch the zone, that one was well in the zone. Another pickoff attempt over to Prindle. Easily back that time. Rinella just firing him over to first. 3-1 pitch to Comer. Way up and out. It's all the way to the backstop. Doesn't matter either way. Ball 4 sends Comer to first. Prindle heads over to second. So with guys on first and second, Mac Vesperman comes up to the plate for the second time today. Vesperman struck out swinging on a pitch way inside his first at-bat. Rinella looking over at second, firing to Vesperman. That's lifted deep to right center. Buckley charging over, and he makes the play. A hard line drive to the warning track, and a great play from Cam Buckley to run it down and catch it on the chest for out number 3. Rinella keeps the gap at 1 as we head to the bottom of the third. It's 1-0 Edgewood when we come back. Welcome back to the bottom of the third in River Forest. Cougars trailing 1-0 as we get to the 9-hole for the first time today. Richie Sperando leading things off for the Cougars as he lifts that first pitch over first base. Tracking back on it is Carney, and he makes the grab as Comer runs into him. I'm not sure what Aiden Comer was doing there. Carney had called up for it and very clearly had it the whole way, and Comer just still barreling into him. But at the end of the day, it's still one pitch, one out. As Carney makes the play, and Cam Buckley comes up to the plate for his second at-bat of the day. He grounded out to second on one pitch, his first time up in the first. Hahn fires. Buckley takes it inside for ball one. One 0 count on Buckley. That's fired at the top of the zone for strike one. 1-1 count. Hahn has been dealing through the first couple of innings here. He's been a little shaky on the season as a whole. Not looking like that today. 1-1 count on Buckley. Hahn kicks and fires. And Buckley fouls that off, brings it to 2 strikes. One, 2. Cam Buckley had the grand slam against Illinois Tech on Tuesday. It put the Cougars ahead for the first time in Game 2. He grounds that over to second again. Charging it over to first again is Comer. Second at bat, same outcome for Cam Buckley, and with 2 outs, that'll bring Brendan Holloway up to the plate for the Cougs.
Left fielder, number 17, Brendan Holloway.
Holloway grounded out to short in his first at bat today. Hahn on the rubber, fires, and drops for strike one. Oh, 1 count on Holloway. Make it 0-2. Hahn drops it in the exact same spot. Oh, 2 count. Hahn fires. And Holloway going to fly that up out behind short. Charging on it is Lee, and he makes the diving catch. He rolls through it to finish off the play. That's out number 3. 3 up, 3 down again for Chris Hahn. He stays hot. And it's a quick third inning for Edgewood. We head to the top of the 4th. Eagles leading 1-0 when we come back. Top of the fourth here in the Thunderdome. Edgewood leading 1-0 as Dominic Lee steps up to the plate for the second time today. He takes a first pitch strike from Manella. Lee singled over into right field for the first hit of the day for either team. His last time up at the plate. He takes that one off the plate for ball one. 1-1 count on the left fielder. Lee made a great play in left field to end the bottom of the third for the Cougars. And he fouls that pitch over to the soccer field to make it a 1-2 count. One ball, two strikes on Lee. Ranella kicks and fires. That's high, ball two. One and two count. Ranella fires. And that's off the plate. Ball three. It fills it up. Full count for Lee. Ranella sets on the mound. Here's the payoff pitch. That's fouled off again. Lee stays alive. Look at the pitch count. Ranella, he hasn't been giving up too many base runners relative to Hahn. The thing that's been killing Ranella is the long at-bats as he gets Lee swinging. Ranella's 5th K of the day. As he sits down, Hahn, Lee. Ben Truby up to the plate now. Ranella up to 67 pitches thrown now. And through 3 innings, Chris Hahn just 31. Long at-bats for Ranella have been driving that pitch count up and potentially shortening his day on the mound. First pitch to Truby's down low for ball one. One-0 pitch to Truby, fired in for strike. 1-1 count on the catcher. The 1-1 pitch. Taken down low, ball two. Truby got stranded at third, back in the top of the second. His walk moved Lee over to second. And Truby fouls that back over us in the press box. Evens things up at 2 strikes. 2-2 count, 2-2 pitch on the way. That's fouled over the Cougar dugout. Truby will stay alive. So it's another one of those longer at-bats for Ranella. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Grounded over to third. Charging his Mahler. It's over the glove. Becker doesn't have a play. That's an infield single for Truby. Cleanly over Mahler's glove. That brings Charlie Tompak up to the plate with 1 out and a runner at first. Hot shot over to second. Becker can't field it cleanly. And those aren't errors on those last 2 plays. Cleanly over both gloves. But, I mean, got to be a bit frustrated if you're Ranella. You induce the grounder, and both times it's straight into the vicinity of an infielder, and they can't make the play either time. And that's lifted into left field. That's down. Holloway charging. Firing it in. It holds the runners at third. 3 straight pitches, 3 straight hits, and suddenly with 1 out, Edgewood has the bases loaded. I mean, whew. Not too much of it.
Third baseman number 3, Hayden Hellenbrand.
the fault of Ranella. And that's going to be lifted deep to center. Buckley is under it to make the play. That'll drive in a run. As Truby comes home to score from third. And Edgewood doubles their lead to 2-0. A good swing on it from Hellenbrand. So first and second now for Kyle Prindle. He's got a 2-0 lead behind his back now and 2 outs. Ranella fires off the play. It's kind of, it's funny in a way that Ranella would rather not have, but he's taken a lot of these long at-bats, driving up the pitch count, and suddenly he starts getting quick at-bats, 1 pitches, 2 pitches, but it's either a hit or a sac fly. As Prindle's going to lift that deep to center. Back on it is Buckley. It's off the wall. Into scores Tompak. Kelly rounding third. The throw home. Off the line. Kelly scores. It's a 2 RBI double for Kyle Prindle. An aggressive send from the third base coach on Carter. Kelly, the throw almost had him, but Mahler had to reach all the way over to the outside of the left-handed batter's box and then come all the way back across the plate. By that point, Kelly's able to get a finger in. One-0 count on Kearney. And that pitch in the dirt. Mahler can't block it cleanly. Headed over to third is Prindle. And this inning starting to get away from Ryan Ranella. Two-0 count as Mahler heads out to the mound to have a quick chat with Ranella. Two-0 count. Ranella fires. And that's high, ball 3, 3-0 count on Kearney. Fouled back. A bat keeps going. That's the first strike of the at-bat. Three-one count. Ranella fires. That's grounded over to second. Fielding it is Sperando over to first. For out number 3, that ends the damage. Edgewood puts up 3. They lead 4-0 as we head to the bottom of the 4th. Cougars chance to punch back. And we're back in the bottom of the fourth. Cougars at deficit growing. They trail by 4 now to Edgewood. As leading off the bottom of the fourth is Jake Mahler. Hahn fires that in. Mahler going to fly that up straight away to center. Settling under it is Kelly, and he makes the play for out number 1. One pitch, one out for Hahn, who continues to make quick work of these Cougar batters. Just 32 pitches thrown still. As Brandon Mahler now stepping up to the plate for the Cougs. Mahler singled straight up the middle his first at-bat today. And he's going to pop that up down the right field line. Charging over on it is Tom Pock and making the play in foul territory, running into the fence. 2 pitches, 2 outs for Chris Hahn.
Right fielder number 16, Xavier.
So Xavier Zagerman coming up to the plate, trying to at least take more than 1 pitch out of Chris Hahn. Hahn fires, and that's fouled off of the shin. Zagerman going to limp it off. As they head out to the pitcher's mound, they'll get a new ball to Hahn, give Zagerman some time to walk it off. So it won't be a 3-pitch inning for Hahn, still trying to make it a 3-batter inning. The 0-1 from Hahn on the way. Oh, and he drills him. Zagerman just taking shot after shot in that at-bat. And he looks like a broken man as he heads his way to first. Fouls it off the foot, takes a shot to the back, but he gets on base and gets the job done.
Designated hitter number 14, Dom Owens.
And he's still walking it off. I mean, there's a lot of hard hits. As he's going to catch his breath and get checked on by the coaching staff. Umpire head back out at the mound with Hahn and Truby. So coming up with a man in first and 2 outs is Dom Owens. Zagerman making his way back over to the bag. And he's ready to go. Zagerman picks himself up. Dom Owens now up to the plate. Owens struck out. Sorry. Owens reached on an error on a pop-up just past third base his last time up. This time he laces that left center. That'll get down for a base hit. He gets past Kelly. Zagerman roaring around third base. He will score. It's an RBI knock for Dom Owens. Kelly totally misplaying it.
First baseman number 30, Jack Linko.
So now Dom Owens at second. Cougars get their first run of the day on the error by Carter Kelly. And now Jack Linko stepping into the back. He takes that for a strike. Kelly, it didn't look like he ever had any illusion that he would be able to catch that ball. He was charging it, getting ready to play it the whole time, but almost charging too aggressively, trying to keep Zagerman as low as he can. Oh, Jack Linko, an ugly whiff. Way out ahead of the breaking ball. That's going to make it an 0-2 count on Linko. Hahn back onto the mound. And here comes the 0-2. Linko going to foul that off the ankle. It'll stay alive. Stays an 0-2 count on Linko. Hahn checks back to second, fires. Linko going to foul it off again, and Linko very visibly in a defensive approach right now. Neither of those pitches going for hit, but that one keeping the bat in the zone for a long time, just enough to make contact and keep the at-bat alive. He was way out ahead of it. 0-2 count still. Hahn fires, and Linko, that time he sits and takes it well high for ball one. So after, remember, this inning started with Jake and Brandon Mahler, 2 outs on 2 pitches. And then it's worked into a longer inning. Cougars picking up a run. Hahn checking back to second and firing. Linko, a hot shot down the third baseline, just foul. So Jack Linko battling at the plate. After he went down 0-2 early, he's still not in a favorable count, but he's keeping it going, trying to pose a threat. The 1-2 pitch from Hahn. Off the plate, 2-2. 8th pitch of the at-bat on the way. Still a 2-2 count. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, runner at second. Linko checks the swing. It's a full count. Going from 0-2 to a full count on 8 pitches. 9th pitch of the at-bat on the way. Oh, and it drops in. Strike 3. Hahn gets Linko looking. The breaking ball finally works out. That's strike 3, a 9-pitch strikeout
In the inning, 1 run.
For Hahn to end the inning. Not before the Cougars put up some damage. They're able to get a run across and shorten the gap to 3. It's 4-1 Edgewood when we come back. And we're back, top of the 5th. As we start, as we are past the halfway point of the game. Coming up on the halfway point of the game. Edgewood leading 4-1. Anthony Polano now out on the mound for the Cougars. We mentioned earlier, Polano, one of those seniors. Celebrating senior day for CUC. He fires that first pitch low for a ball. Aiden Comer at the plate for the Eagles. Takes that one low again, ball 2. 2-0 count on Comer. Polano gets the call, sets and fires. Bending that one in for a strike. Two, 1 count on Comer. Comer walked his last time up at the plate. That one way inside for ball 3. 3-1 count now for Comer. Polano gets the call, kicks and fires. That's just low for ball 4. Comer takes a base. It's a leadoff walk for the Eagles. And they get a guy on first with no outs.
Designated hitter number 32, Mac Vesperman.
Mac Vesperman. Now coming up to the plate for the Cougs, for the Eagles. As Polano fires that lone outside, ball 1. Struggling to find the zone in the start to his outing. 1-0 pitch incoming. That one does. Catching the top of the zone. Strike 1 on Vesperman. Vesperman flew out to center his last time up. 1-1 count. Polano will kick and fire. Throw over to first. Comer is able to easily get back. Polano, we mentioned earlier the value of having lefties. This is a very right-handed lefty. Honestly, conference in general. Not a lot of lefties at this level. Polano, one of just 3 left-handed pitchers on that staff for the Cougs. That one fired outside for ball 2. The other 2 being Jack Carroll and Michael Southard. The 2-1. Off the plate again, ball 3. Favorable count for Vesperman. (3-1) count. Polano checks over to first. Now he kicks and fires. That one does drop in. It fills up the count on Vesperman. I mentioned earlier, Cougars have struggled when they've allowed a lot of base runners, whether it's by walks or hit pitches or hits. 3-2 pitch. Throw over to first. Comer's able to get back in time. Polano back on the rubber. Gets the call. Shakes it off. And then he takes the next one. Here's the payoff pitch. And that's in the dirt for ball 4. Back-to-back walks to start the inning for Edgewood. Polano, not the start to the outing he wanted. That's going to put guys on first and second for Dominic Lee.
Left fielder number 23, Dominic Lee.
Lee struck out swinging his last time up. Polano sets on the rubber and fires. Lee showing bunt. He ducks under it. It pulled back at the last second and is still in there for a strike. 0-1 count. That's a hot shot. Foul down the first baseline. I don't think you can get any closer to being fair than that, and that is a huge break for the Cougars. Would have scored at least one, probably both, and put Lee on at least second if that was fair. 0-1 count now. 0-2 count now on Lee. Polano checks the second. Now he kicks and fires. That's outside, ball one. One-two count, runners at first and second. Polano checks the second, now fires. That's outside again, ball two. Even up at 2 apiece. That's going to be popped foul over the backstop. So Lee will stay alive. Edgewood's done a good job of lengthening these at-bats today and forcing the Cougars pitchers to give them pitches to hit. 2-2 count. Polano still searching for the first out of the inning. Oh! Oh! He strikes out Dominic Lee's swing, and it looks like, honestly, Dominic Lee might have short-circuited at the end of that one. He was taking that one inside the whole way and started his swing when it was already at home plate. An ugly strike three. His second strikeout of the day. Polano gets his first. That's the first out of the inning as Ben Truby will come up to the plate with runners on first and second. Truby showing bunt, drops it. Polano charging on it, can't get there. No one can get there. And the bunt single loads the bases. I mean, that is a perfectly placed bunt from Truby. Polano, I mean, he was on a breakneck sprint for it from the start. He couldn't get to it, and then it looked like Sperando and Linko just miscommunicated, neither of them backing it up. And both of them headed over to first. Bases juiced with one out for Charlie Tompak. Polano fires high for ball one. Tompak, a 2 RBI double all the way to the wall in his last at-bat. A 1-0 count. Polano fires. And that's going to be fouled off towards the dugout. 1-1 count on Tompak. Polano, he seemed to have a bit more success going to the breaking ball as he started to settle in this inning. Still not comfortable. You got a bases loaded jam behind you. The 1-1 on the way. Oh, and that's fouled off. Tompak checking the swing, but not able to get the bat out of the way. Works out for Anthony Polano. Makes it a 1-2 count. The 1-2 count on Tompak. Polano fires. That's off the plate for ball two. Counts even at 2 apiece. Polano sets himself. And now he fires. Full count, that one just low and outside. Polano can't afford to walk him. You got the bases loaded behind you. Sets himself on the rubber. Here comes the payoff pitch. Oh, and it's way high. It's over the head. The grip slips, and Polano walks in a run. It's a 5-1 lead for the Eagles. And now Matt Smith going to head out to the mound to have a chat with Polano. This is not the outing you wanted when you brought the guy out of the bullpen. You still got the bases loaded. You still got just one out. And, yeah, this is an explosive Cougars offense. We've seen them come back from as much as 7-0 in the last week alone. But you still don't want to see that gap getting any bigger, especially on a day where through the first 4 innings, this Cougars offense hasn't looked to really be able to get anything going so far. Carter Kelly now up to the plate with the bases juiced. Polano kicks and fires. Swing and a miss. He gets Kelly whiffing. Kelly out ahead of the off speed. That was outside as well. And then Polano, that is pulled inside and low for ball one. 1-1 count. That's chopped foul down the third baseline. And I mean, yeah, outside of that one bunt single, all the damage in this inning being done with walks. Not a lot of contact going straight out in that 90-degree arc. As Polano fires that low, it'll even up at 2 apiece. Two balls, 2 strikes on Kelly. Swing and a miss. He gets Kelly going. Polano's second strikeout of the inning. That was a disgusting curve.
Third baseman number 3, Hayden Hellenbrand.
So Polano finds a little something, and he's now got it up to 2 outs, trying to get out of the inning and minimize the damage. You got Hayden Hellenbrand up to the plate. Hellenbrand a sac fly to center his last time up. He takes that first pitch fired in. So it's a bit late in the inning, but Anthony Polano starting to find his mojo. The 0-1, Polano sets. Now he fires. That's lifted high to left center. Buckley, what a play! Cam Buckley! There's Superman out in center field. Full extension to make the grab. A potentially game-saving play. That would have brought in all 3 base runners. Cam Buckley's putting on a show tonight for the Cougars. That brings us to the bottom of the 5th. Concordia still trailing by 4. They'll look to punch back on offense when we come back. And we're back in the top of the 5th. Cougars trailing by 4 after in the bottom of the 5th, Cougars trailing by 4 after a rough top of the 5th that ended up in just 1 run being walked in. Leading off the bottom of the 5th is Jeffrey Beckert. And he takes that first pitch high for a ball. Beckert struck out looking in his first at-bat today. 1-0 count. Hahn fires, and a swing and a miss. 1-1 count on the shortstop. The Cougars, like we've talked about, I mean, it's been the story with this team all year long. Cardiac Cougs, they go down big, they come back big, they win in an exciting fashion. But today, still that offense still looking for a way to get really going. They're able to manufacture a run in the last inning, but nothing sustainable popping up yet for the Cougs. 1-2 count on Becker as he fouls that one off. Hahn fires, and that's going to bend its way in. Same pitch he struck out on in his last at-bat, a breaking ball dropping into the zone. 2 strikeouts looking for Becker today. And with 1 out, Richie Sperando will come up to the plate. Sperando popped up to first his last time up. And we'll try and work in that shout out to his walk-off single against Illinois Tech in Game 2, one of those standout moments of the season for the Cougars. A walk-off win, Sperando with that walk-off single as he fouls that off to start his at-bat 0-1. Oh, 1 count on Sperando. Hahn kicks and fires. And that's going to be fouled off again, 0-2. That wind still whipping. Starting to go a bit more out towards east-southeast. That right field foul. The 0-2 is in the dirt. Makes it a 1-2 count. One-two pitch on the way from Hahn. Oh, and Becker went to check his swing. It was way too late. Dropped third strike, throws over to first in time. That's out number 2. And with 2 outs and nobody on, Cam Buckley up to the plate. Buckley had a rough first couple of at-bats, grounded out to second in both of them. Hahn gets set, kicks and fires. Buckley chops it down foul for strike 1. That's Hahn's 54th pitch of the day. And probably that's the standout stat for everyone out there today is Chris Hahn's start on the mound. He's only given up 2 hits. And he's been efficient through it as well. Buckley going to lift that high into right field. Coming under it is Tompak for out number 3. 3 up, 3 down for Hahn. We head to the top of the 6th. Edgewood still up by 4 when we come back. Welcome back to the Cougar Sports Network. We're in the top of the 6th. Edgewood leading Concordia 5-1. As we get a substitution out on the mound for the Cougs, Dave Daimling headed out to start his body work today for the Cougars. Daimling, again, one of those seniors on this roster. He's celebrating senior today. And he's hoping to celebrate a good performance on the mound. Fires that one low for ball 1 to start his outing. 1-0 count on Kyle Prindle. Prindle, 2 RBI double his last time up. Prindle shoves bunt, tries to pull back. It just glances off the top of the bat for a foul tip strike. 1-1 count. Daimling fires the 1-1. That's way inside. And it's off of Prindle's knee. Just barely glancing off of it. And that'll put a man on first to start the inning.
First baseman number 11, Jacob.
So Jacob Carney up to the plate with a guy on first, no outs. Carney 0 for 3 on the day. He struck out looking twice, grounded out to second his last time up. Daimling throw down over to first, not in time. Another throw over to first. Still no pitches thrown to Carney yet. And now Daimling will fire home. That's outside ball 1. One-0 count. Daimling kicks and fires. That's fouled down. Makes it a 1-1 count on Carney. The 1-1, Daimling turns, fires over to first. Prindle's back in standing. One count. Daimling fires. That's outside, makes it 2-1. On the way from Daimling. Swing and a miss. Evens things up at 2 apiece as Carney whiffs. 2-2 count. Daimling still searching for his first out of the inning. That's low. It'll fill it up. 3-2. Daimling on the year through 7 appearances. He's got 11 1/3 pitched, 9.53 ERA, 12 Ks to 10 walks. Three-two pitch. In there, ball 4. Another walk, and it puts runners at first and second with no outs again for Edgewood. First and second for Aiden Comer, who's walked his last 2 times up at the plate. Daimling looking back to second, now he fires. That one's gassed in for a strike. Oh, 1 count on Comer. Daimling sets himself. And now he fires. Comer showing bunt, pulling back, still in for a strike. 0-2 count on the second baseman. A good start to the at-bat for Daimling. Here's the 0-2 pitch, way inside, ball one. One and two count now. You got Prindle at second, Carney at first. Dimling sets. And now he fires. Oh, steps off. Checks over to second. Prindle heads back to the bag. Still a 1-2 count. Fouled off. Calmer stays alive. Long inning coming out here. Dimling still searching for out number one. The 1-2 pitch. Fouled off. Calmer was swinging at anything on that pitch. That one way up and out. And he reached out just enough to make contact. So, ill-advised swing? Maybe, but he still is able to keep it alive anyways. The 1-2. This time he grounds it over to first. It's into the outfield for a base hit. They're sending Prindle home. The throw home will not be in time. It's an RBI single for Aiden Calmer. That puts runners at the corners and still no outs for Edgewood.
Designated hitter number 32, Mac Vesperman.
Mac Vesperman up to the plate now for Edgewood. He's 0 for 2 on the day. Drew a walk his last time up, and he's got a big opportunity with runners at the corners and no outs. Takes that first pitch off the plate for ball one. (1-0) from Dimling on the way. Off the plate again for ball two. (2-0) count. Dimling sets again, fires again. That one able to drop in for a strike. Dimling. There's the fire. That's grounded over to first. Linko does it himself. And maybe some miscommunication on the infield. Linko wasn't in too much of a rush. Carney just ran on home and took a run. So Vesperman grounds out. It drives in a run. And, yeah, honestly, just not a lot of urgency from Jack Linko on that grounder in a situation with runners at the corners and no outs. You'd like to see some urgency. But still a somewhat positive outcome for the Cougars. You do get an out. Throw down to second. Not in time. Calmer's just back. (1-0) count on Dominic Lee. Lee struck out swinging his last two at-bats. That one's fired in for a strike. Dominic Lee, if you are watching this, he does dodge out of the way of a lot of these pitches. He got called for a strike on a bunt attempt on the pitch that did quite literally go over his head. He does line up very, very close to the plate. He's right on the edge of the batter's box. 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. 3-pitch strikeout for Dimling. He slices up Lee. That's a 3-strikeout day for Dominic Lee as Ben Truby now stepping up to the plate. Truby a bunt single his last time up. This time he's got a guy on second and 2 outs. Dimling fires that in. That catches the corner for a strike. Oh, 1 count. That one catches the inside corner. Strike 2. So Similar to last inning with Polano, Dimeling finds his mojo. It's a bit late. 2 runs have already scored, but he's starting to look like he's feeling it on the mound. Pitch on the way. That's fouled back. Comer was in motion, who had to head back to first. Still an 0-2 count on Truby. Dimeling steps off, checks back to second. Back on the rubber, sets himself, kicks and fires. Swing and a miss! Another strikeout for Dave Dimeling. Back-to-back Ks to end the inning. Doesn't feel like a great one, but it only allows 2 runs to score. Cougars, they now trail by 6, and with only 4 more chances at the plate, the offense starting to feel a bit more urgency to get going. We've got Holloway and then the Maulers when we come back. Welcome back to River Forest. Bottom of the 6th, Cougars trailing by 6. As the urgency is starting to pile up on the offense. Cougars only 2 hits on the day. They were able to push a run across in the 4th. Chris Hahn back out on the mound for another inning of work, and he's on track for one of his best outings of the season, probably the most meaningful. He went 6 innings pitched with no runs allowed against Grinnell back on March 13th. Other than that, though, it hasn't been the best season for Edgewood. His most recent start on April 11th against Dominican gave up 4 runs, 3 of those earned in 5 1/3. 7 hits in that outing, but he has been dealing against the Cougars and is still cooking on the mound, starting with an 0-2 count on Holloway. 0-2 pitch on the way. Holloway flares that into right field. That'll drop into no man's land. It's a bloop single for Brendan Holloway. That's just a beautiful at-bat from Holloway. You go down 0-2, you get the bat in the zone, you stay in the zone long enough to flare it up. He was way out ahead of that pitch, but you keep it in the zone, you make contact, you flare it into no man's land, and Comer was also playing back at second as well, so that no man's land was reduced. Runner at first, no outs for Jake Mahler as Hahn. That breaking ball slipped out of the hand, way high for ball 1. 1-0 count on Mahler. Both Jake and Brandon Mahler a bit quiet so far today, as Jake Mahler takes a big swing and a foul. He's flown out in both of his first 2 at-bats today. 1-1 count. Hahn fires, and a big swing and a miss. Holloway's going for second. He's in safely. The throw way offline. It bounced off of Mahler after he was already into the bag. So, swing and a miss for Jake Mahler, but a stolen base for Brandon Holloway. The runner at second now and no outs. 1-2 count on Jake Mahler. Hahn checks back, now kicks and fires. Oh, and he tags Jake Mahler on the shoulder. Mahler shrugs it off, and he'll walk over to first. So you open up the bag at first. Holloway takes second. You hit him on the next pitch. And now that's first and second. No outs for Brandon Mahler. Brandon Mahler 1 for 2 on the day. Flew out and fouled out on a fantastic play from the right fielder, Charlie Tompak. His last at-bat, singled up the middle in his first, has one of the 3 hits today for the Cougars. On fires. That one's down low in the dirt for ball 1. One-0 count. Hahn sets. Now he fires. And Mahler drives that to right center. That's down. It's to the wall. Holloway's rounding third. He will score. Tompak took a long time to pick it up. Mahler into second easily with a stand-up double. And the Cougars starting to get the line moving. They get another across the board. It shortens the deficit to 5 as Xavier Zagerman will come up to the plate.
Right fielder, number 16, Xavier Zagerman.
And we're going to get a quick visit to the mound. From Coach Brizak. This is the first visit to the mound of the day for Chris Hahn. Hahn has been dealing so far, and finally he's starting to kind of, not really lose it, but single, hit by pitch, deep double to drive in a run. This is, statistically, this is the worst inning he's had today, and he's still yet to get it out. As the Cougars have Xavier Zagerman at the plate. Zagerman, he hasn't been the most consistent batter on the season. Coming into today, batting .211, and he's 0 for 1 today. He got tagged by a pitch. His last time up came around to score on the knock from Dom Owens. And he scored the first run of the day for the Cougars. So Zagerman back up to the plate. He's got runners at second and third, no outs. Hahn fires, and Zagerman, a big swing and a miss on that pitch high and outside. Probably the standout moment of Zagerman's season, a game-tying home run in the top of the ninth against Marion this past Sunday. Sent that game to extras. Cougars won it in extras. Hahn fires down low, and it's grounded foul by Zagerman. 0-2 count. Hahn fires, and Zagerman grounded over to third. Oh, that's a trip. That's probably an error on Hellenbrand. Fielded it cleanly and then tripped and fell. He picked that up early. Plenty of time to throw over to first. So everybody's safe. Zagerman reaches first on the error by the third baseman, Hayden Hellenbrand. Bases loaded, no outs for Dom Owens. Big swing and a miss on that first pitch for strike one. Oh, 1 count on Owens. He's 1 for 2 on the day. He takes that one low and in for a ball. Owens, he drove in Zagerman on a hard hit single back in the fourth. And it got past Kelly in center. Sits in with a 1-1 count right now. Hahn fires. Owens checks the swing. That's a good take, low and in for ball 2. Two 1 count. Hahn fires. Low again. Ball 3. And we still don't have anybody up and moving in the Edgewood bullpen. Hahn at 71 pitches thrown now. 3-1 count on Owens. Hahn kicks and fires. That one, he just gasses down the zone for a strike. Fills it up at 3-2. Here's the payoff pitch. Flared into left field, just foul. Owens, he'll stay alive. But he'll have to head back into the batter's box and face another pitch from Chris Hahn. For Chris Hahn, it's stay alive and not give up a run. A walk here does drive in a run. Here's the payoff again. Owens into right field. That's down for a hit. 1 run scores. Here comes Brandon Mahler. It's a 2 RBI single for Dom Owens. A 7-pitch grind. And that shortens the gap to 3. Dom Owens, who he's kind of been struggling as of late, is having a very solid game so far here today, putting the ball in play, picking up 3 RBIs total so far. As now Jack Linko comes up to the plate with runners at the corners and still no outs. Hahn fires, and Linko, a big swing and a miss for Linko. Got to readjust the helmet after that one. He wanted it. And now we got action in the bullpen. For Edgewood, a couple of guys up in those red hoodies. 7-4 ball game. Chris Hahn now giving up 4 runs. And Linko gonna foul that off over his own dugout. Sets the count to 0-2. His last time up, Jack Linko, a long fighting at bat, ended up striking out looking on the 9th pitch. 0-2 pitch on the way from Hahn. And this time he's going to strike out swinging on 3. Linko gets too greedy. And that's going to bring Jeff Beckert up to the plate. With runners at the corners and 1 out. Beckert 0 for 2 on the day. He's struck out looking on breaking balls in both of his at-bats so far. You got Becker at the plate. You got Richie Sperando on deck. you've got Cam Buckley in the hole if it gets to him. Hahn fires. That catches the outside edge, strike one. Hahn, he's kind of dialed in on where to attack Beckert, and that's the outside of the plate. Beckert, he's been struggling on that area through his first couple of at-bats today. That time, high breaking ball drops in, and Owens is going to take second. A good play from Ben Truby. He almost released it and fired it off to second base. Cougars ready for the double steal. Zagerman was fully prepped to jump home, and Truby turned and fired it over to third base instead. Second and third now. No outs for Beckert in a 1-1 count. Grounds out over to short. Zagerman's coming home. He will score. Throw over to first is in time. Beckert's out at first, but it does drive in a run. They hold Owens at third. At second, so it's a man at second and 2 outs for Richie Sperando. That's, honestly, you love that at-bat from Jeffrey Beckert. Struck out his first couple of times up today. This time, Sperando's up the middle for a base hit. They're going to send Owens home. Throw in is not going to be anywhere near in time. It's an RBI knock for Richie Sperando, and the Cougars are roaring back into it. It's a 1-run game. Hard grounder up the middle, drives in the run. And now you got Cam Buckley up to the plate. I mean, who else are you going to want in this situation? You got all the momentum behind you. You've already scored 5 runs in the inning. And you've got a guy who's got a lot of power behind the bat. Hitting lefty. He loves to pull it out to left field, and that wind is whipping out towards right now. Hahn fires that in there, pumping it in for a strike, just going straight after Buckley. Richie Sperando just keeping up the hot hand that he's had for the last couple of weeks. Buckley gonna pop that up over towards second base. Prindle coming over to it. And then Comer calls him off and makes the play. That'll win the inning. Cougars still trail, but they bring it to just 1. It's 7-6 after a 5-run 6th inning for the Cougs. We head to the top of the 7th. Edgewood's got to battle back and try to get that lead back when we come back on the Cougar Sports Network. And we're back. Top of the 7th. We're through 2/3 of the way through, and we've got an exciting one brewing in River Forest. Edgewood up 7-1 at the end of the top of the 6th. They now lead by just 1. It's 7-6 as we head into the 7th inning. A 1-run lead for the Eagles. They've got Charlie Tompak Leading things off in the top of the 7th, Dave Dimling. He started to find a groove towards the end of his first inning of work in the 6th. They bring him back out for the top of the 7th. 0-1 pitch. Grounded over to third. Jake Mahler can't field it cleanly again. And it's into left field. It's over the glove, so that'll go down as a base hit. And that's kind of what's been killing the Cougars today. It's a lot of walks, and then the fielding. I mean, there's no errors on the day for the Cougs, but it doesn't feel that way. The fielding, especially on the infield, it hasn't been awful, but it just hasn't been ideal. A lot of missed opportunities and missed plays on the left side that have led to some runs. You got to hope this one won't lead to a run if you're the Cougs. So Tom Pock over at first, no outs. Carter Kelly flashes the bunt and bunts it foul for his first pitch. 0-1 count on Kelly. Dimling fires back over to first.
What's that?
The 0-1 on the way from Dimling. That's low, ball 1. Now Kelly up, and then after that you got Hellenbrand on deck. Prindle in the hole. Provided there is no double play, you're guaranteed to face those 3 guys, or if you get a pickoff. The Cougars, they have been keeping Edgewood honest on the base paths today. They haven't gotten the pickoff throw to work out yet. They've been throwing a lot of them. Dimling sets and fires. That's in the dirt for ball 2. Two-one count on Kelly. Dimling fires. That's way outside. Ball 3. Hitters count for Carter Kelly. Dimling sets himself. Now he delivers. That's off the plate. Ball 4. He walks him. Single, then a walk, and that puts runners at first and second with no outs. And here comes Matt Smith from the dugout. Have a chat with Dimling. He won't be coming out of the game just yet. And this mound visit and the rest of the game is brought to you and sponsored in part by Grand Appliance. Grand Appliance is a 4th-generation family-owned appliance retailer established in 1930 who serves a growing list of communities in Illinois, Indiana, Iowa, and Wisconsin. Their mission is to create customers for a lifetime by offering an industry-leading shopping experience with competitive everyday pricing, state-of-the-art showrooms, top-quality brands, expert sales representatives, and professional delivery and installation services. Head to www.grandappliance.com to find the nearest retailer to you. Coach Matt Smith headed back to the dugout. This inning starting out just like the last one did. First and second, no outs for Edgewood as Hayden Hellenbrand will come up to the plate. Hellenbrand 0 for 3 on the day. There's 1 RBI, a sac fly to center. Back in the 4th. Dimling fires. Hellenbrand shows bunt, pulls back, takes it for a ball. One-0 count. Dimling checks the second. Now he fires. That bunt's going to be laid down. That's right in front of home plate. Dimling picks it up, fires the first. In time for the out. The bunt advances the runners. That was a tough play to make for Dimling, taking just as much time as he can, but not too much. And Sprondo's over that. Honestly, didn't even need to make a tough play over at first. Dimling put it on the money.
Shortstop number 2, Kyle Prindle.
bunt advances both runners. So 2 in scoring position with 1 out for Kyle Prindle. Dimling will kick and fire. Prindle takes it low for ball 1. Prindle 1 for 2 on the day. He's gotten hit twice. Highlight of his day. 2 RBI double to center back in the 4th. Dimling with a 1-0 count will fire. That's outside, ball 2. Favorable start to the at-bat for Prindle. And the hoodie's off in the bullpen, so we will likely see a new face on the mound when the Cougars do come back up to bat. 2-0 count on Prindle. Dimling fires. Checks his swing, takes it inside for ball 3. Ultimate hitters count for Kyle Prindle. Dimling in a dangerous spot here. You don't want to give up the 4-pitch walk, but you don't want to give him some cheese in the zone. Here's the 3-0. That one on the inside edge for strike 1. Three-one count. Dimling checking over to third. Now he fires. That one's way outside, so it ends up a walk anyways. Prindle heads over to first. That juices the bases with 1 out for Jacob Carney. Carney 0 for 3 on the day. He drew a walk in his last at-bat.
First baseman number 11, Jacob Carney.
Dimling on the rubber. Kicks and fires. That's all over the plate for a strike. Starts off Carney's at bat 0-1. Lenko playing way inside, ready for the bunt. Dimling fires. That's grounded over to first and foul. Just foul again. We've seen a lot of those over on the first base slide. Again, that one, maybe an inch or 2 left, and it's fair ball. Oh, 2 count on Carney. Dimling sets. Now he fires. That's lifted deep to center. Buckley under it. He'll make the play. Tom Pott coming home from third. He'll score. And it's another sac fly for the Eagles. This time Carney drives in the run. 1 out. Another run across. Leads back up to 2 for Edgewood. It's 8-6. Now leave runners at first and second for Aiden Comer.
Second baseman number 1, Aiden Comer.
Comer's 1 for 2 with a single into right field his last time up. And this time he laces it into right center field again. 1 run scores. Zagerman hurling it in. It'll keep it at just 1 run scoring. It's an RBI single for Aiden Comer. Lead back up to 3 for Edgewood. And if you feel like you've seen this story from the Cougars before, you have. What a lot of these games from Concordia has been. They get the offense going around halfway through the game. They start punching back, but the opponent's still able to put up some runs. And nudge just ahead. Cougars having to keep battling back and back and back. 3-run lead for Edgewood. Runners at the corners, 2 outs for Vesperman. Dimling sets. and delivers. That's high, makes it a 2-0 count on the big man. Vesperman's 0 for 3 today. He has drawn a walk, but it's not the day that you're looking for out of Vesperman. One of the bigger sluggers on this team, and this is a day with the wind whipping out to right, his pull side. This could have been a big opportunity for the DH. And he's got a 3-0 count to start this at-bat. Daimling kind of working around him, not wanting to give him anything to hit. Here is the 3-0. That's in there for a strike. Mahler up quick to keep everybody at the bag. And you kind of saw there Aiden Commerce starting to work his lead a little further, kind of show a bit of a jump. 3-1 count. Daimling fires. That's lifted into right. Zagerman tracking. It's off the wall. Zagerman fires it in, and the cutoff's botched by Sperando, and 2-run score. A defensive calamity for the Cougars. And it's a 2 more run score. It's back to a 5-run lead for Edgewood. That'll end Daimling's day. And yeah, you go out on that play. I mean, the wind's whipping to right. So that you can definitely tell that factored into it. Zagerman had it lined up, and he had to track back on it. But still, it's just not the play you want to see out in right field. Another missed opportunity for the Cougars defense. And then the botched relay throw. I mean, you probably wouldn't have had Comer coming home on that either way, but still. There's another set of defensive mishaps for the Cougars. And pitching change out on the mound is Kyle Stone. He is going to start his body of work when we come back on the Cougar Sports Network in just a minute. And we're back. Kyle Stone's all warmed up and ready to go. Cougars trying to just get out of the inning and end the damage with 2 outs and only 1 run allowed. They give up 3 more on a single and then another single. That last one just not the best defense in the world from the Cougars. Looking to get out of it and limit the damage to what it's already there. Lee grounding that over to short, charging Becker, and he misses it again. Another run is going to score. And 5 runs on the inning for Edgewood. All the progress of the Cougars offense making in the 6th being undone, and you never know what the next day is going to bring, but that next day of practice for the Cougars can guarantee you're going to get a lot of ground ball drills going on in that one. The infield defense has been a struggle today for the Cougars. Stone able to generate the swing and miss on Truby. Stone fires that in for strike 2. 0-2 count on Truby. Stone sets. And now he fires. Swing and a miss. 3-pitch strikeout. Stone ends the inning, but the Cougars, they can't get the job done on the pitching end. They score 5 runs. They give up 5 runs. It's back to 12-6. Eagles in front when we come back on the Cougar Sports Network. And we're back on the Cougar Sports Network. Concordia, they found some mojo on offense. They put up 5 in the bottom of 6, and the pitching gives up 5 in the top of the 7th. 6-run lead for Edgewood. As Cougars going to have to get things moving on offense again. Brendan Holloway leading things off for the Cougars for the second straight inning. It's a new face on the mound for Edgewood. Jake Luptow coming out of the bullpen. Luptow, 8 appearances, 10 2/3 with a 5.91 ERA this season, giving up an opponent 310 batting average. He's got 6 strikeouts to 5 walks. He's allowed 7 earned runs to score through those 10 2/3. As he replaces Chris Hahn, who through his first 5 innings today had a fantastic body of work out on the mound. And then that one's going to hit Holloway. Knocking off the foot. As the first base ump's going to have a chat with the home plate ump. Woo! And the first place base ump overrules the umpire. They overturn it to a foul ball. Edgewood coaching staff loving that call. So that brings it to a 0-2 count. And now the third base coaching staff from third base coach for the Cougars starting to chat with the umpire again, asking kind of the question, how is the first base ump the one making that call? And the Cougars understandably upset with the call. 1-2 count now on Holloway. So you go from guy on first, no outs, to a 1-2 count, nobody on. That one buzzes Holloway again. Makes it a 2-2 count. Even at 2 apiece. That drops high, full count. Good. That was a really good take from Holloway. The breaking ball just not breaking enough for Lupto. The payoff pitch. Holloway going to pop that foul onto the Cougar dugout. So Holloway will stay alive. You got Jake Mahler on deck, Brandon Mahler in the hole. Payoff pitch again from Lupto. Fouled straight back towards us in the press box. And Holloway is going to stay fighting. Still a full count for Holloway. Payoff again. That's low. Ball 4. And after he thought he reached base on the 3rd pitch, Holloway reaches first on the 8th pitch. And he works some more throws out of Lupto and still gets the leadoff man on with no outs for Jake Mahler. Mahler 0 for 2 on the day. He got tagged on the shoulder in his last at-bat and reached first in that way. And it's worth mentioning anytime you come to the power part of a team's lineup for the Cougars, this back-to-back Jake and Brandon Mahler section, that powerhouse of the lineup. Shockingly, in a game where 18 total runs have been scored and the wind's been blowing out, there have been no home runs today for either team. 1-0 count on Mahler. Lupto checks to first. Now he kicks and fires. Now on high for ball 2. Good start to the at-bat for Jake Mahler, who, through those at-bats, he hasn't been able to get out ahead in the count in any of them. Hasn't been the best day for Jake. The 2-0 pitch. That's low in the dirt for a ball. Mahler goes to 3-0. Holloway jumping on it as soon as he saw it go into the dirt and take a hop, and he takes second base. Barely even a wild pitch. It stays in front of Truby the whole time, but he can't wrangle it in. Runner at second, no outs now for the Cougs. That catches the bottom of the zone for a strike, much needed for Lupto. 3-1 count on Jake Mahler. Lupto checks back to second, now fires. Inside, ball 4. A good at-bat from Jake Mahler. He keeps the bat on the shoulder the whole time, and tonight's patience pays off. First and second, no outs for the Cougs. This inning starting out exactly like almost exactly. Brendan Holloway takes second. Jake Mahler takes first on a walk or hit by pitch almost immediately after. And now you got Brandon Mahler, no outs, runners at first and second. Brandon drove in a run on a double to right center. It got all the way to the wall his last time up. And this time takes that first pitch way inside for ball 1. He's 2 for 3 on the day with a single and a double. Flew out, fouled out his other at-bat. And this time that's out to right field. Tracking it is Tom Pock and making the play on the warning track. Holloway tags up. He'll take third. So the flyout advances the runner. The Cougars, they've gotten some good swings on the ball. That time Mahler just barely getting too much under it. And it comes up just short. So runners at the corners, 1 out for the Cougars. Xavier Zagerman up to the plate. Zagerman reached safely on an error his last time up. And he checks. He checks up on it. They call it a strike. I'm not sure if that was called a strike in the zone or if they're going to say Zagerman went around. You got to hope it's in the zone because he wasn't close to going around. This time he pops it up into right field. Charging on it is Tompak, and he makes the play. Holloway thought about going home. He heads back to third. That's out number 2. So first and third, no outs for Dom. 2 outs for Dom Owens, trying to at least get something across in the 7th for the Cougs. Lupto settles in and fires. That's low for ball 1. One 0 count on Owens. Lupto fires the 1-0. That's low again, 2-0. Count. Owens 2 for 3 on the day. He's singled in his last 2 at-bats. He takes that in the dirt, 3-0. And pitch clock violation tagged on Owens. It looked like he was talking to the umpire and was doing that for too long and couldn't turn to face the pitcher. And he gets walked anyways. Low again. That loads up the bases with 2 outs for Jack Linko. Linko 0 for 3 on the day. Struck out swinging on 3 pitches in his last at-bat. On the year coming in today, Linko hitting .358. He makes good contact. He's got a bit of power behind the bat, too. Big home run against Illinois Tech in game 1 of that doubleheader. Starts this at-bat off in a 1-0 count. Lupto fires, and Linko fouls it down. Counts even at 1. And that drops in on the front of the plate. Strike 2. One-two count on Linko. Lupto fires. Linko grounds it over to second. Comer picks it up over to first. 2 end the inning. Lupto gets in a jam. He gets out of it with no runs allowed. And the gap stays at 6 as we head to the top of the 8th. Cougars trailing big when we come back on the Cougar Sports Network. And we're back in the top of the 8th. Edgewood up big, 12-6. Charlie Tompak leading the inning off, shows bunt. That's down, and he'll get aboard with a lead-off bunt single, perfectly placed down the third baseline. Can't place it much better than that. His 4th hit of the day. He's now 4 for 4 with a walk. Carter Kelly up to the plate now. Kyle Stone back out on the inning. He finished off the top of the 7th for Concordia. Kelly shows bunt, doesn't pull back in time. They'll call it for a strike. Oh, 1 count. Stone sets and fires. That's popped up over the Edgewood dugout for 0-2. Stone, another one of those seniors on this Cougar pitching staff. Oh, 2 count on Kelly. Stone fires, and Kelly's going to pop that back again for another foul ball. He still stays alive. It's an 0-2 count. Stone fires, and it's just outside for ball 1. One, 2 count. Stone fires that in. That's lifted high by Kelly into center field. Buckley can't make the play. I'm not sure what happened, if it just got blown a bit out in front of his glove, but he drops it. It's another error for the Cougars, and it's runners on first and second with no outs. You can expand it from some ground ball drills to outfield drills as well for the Cougs. So Hayden Hellenbrand up to the plate for Edgewood, and he takes that first pitch in for a strike. Stone hasn't been pitching poorly in this inning. It's just a beautiful bunt from Tompak, an error out in center field. And you got 2 on, no outs. 1-1 count on Hellenbrand. Stone checks to second and fires. That's another bunt down the third baseline. Mahler picks it up, fires the first. It's offline. Another error for the Cougars. And the bases are loaded with no outs.
Still a sacrifice in E5. Shortstop number 2, Kyle Prindle.
Bases loaded, no outs for Kyle Prindle, who drew a walk in his last at bat. He's 1 for 2 on the day. Reached base 4 times. Stone fires. And that just catches the zone for a strike. Oh, 1 count. Stone. Gonna step off the mound, and Brandon Mahler's gonna come for a visit. This is a tough jam for Kyle Stone, and the toughest part psychologically for a pitcher is you got to deal with a little bit of frustration because most of this isn't pitcher created. You have a bunt single, beautiful bunt single to start it off from Tompak, and then back-to-back errors on what should be borderline routine plays. I mean, the bunt error from Jake Mahler on the throw, it isn't an easy play. It's a tough play. It would be a good play to make, but it's a play you should be making. The drop fly out, that is a routine play. So you got to deal with a little bit of that. You should have 2 outs. You don't have 2 outs. How are you going to work out of it? Right now he's working out of it by starting off the at-bat against Prindle with a 0-2 count. Stone fires. That's outside for ball 1. One-two count on Prindle. Stone sets himself. And now he fires. That's just high, ball 2. Counts even at 2. Stone sets on the rubber and delivers. That's a hot shot to first. Linko picks it up. They go home, and they get the force at home. Good play from Jack Linko to recover the slight bobble quickly and deliver a strike to home to Brandon Mahler. So you're getting out. The bases stay loaded, but you don't allow a run.
First baseman number 11, Jacob Carney.
So Jacob Carney up to the plate with the bases loaded. Carney a sac fly to center his last time up. This time he takes that on the outside edge for a strike. Oh, 1 count on Carney. Stone fires. That's fouled off. 0-2. I mean, Stone has been filling up the zone. 12 strikes to just 4 balls in this inning alone. And if it wasn't for those defensive mishaps, this would be a pretty fantastic inning. Not pretty fantastic, very fantastic inning for Kyle Stone. 0-2 count on Carney. Stone fires. That's fouled off again. So you're in the 0-2 count. You got to find a way to finish the batter off. And you need to keep it at least in a manageable ball in the infield to avoid allowing a run to score. Stone fires. That's high and out for ball 1. One-two count on Carney. Stone sets. Now he kicks and fires. That's straight up the middle for a base hit. 1 run will score. Here comes Hellenbrand. Another will score, and it's a 2 RBI single for Jacob Carney. And both of those runs unearned. Those are the 2 base runners that reached base due to the errors.
Second baseman number 1, Aiden Comer.
First and second, 1 out for Aiden Comer. Stone fires. And that's off the plate for ball 1. You look at the most recent series for this Edgewood team. They split a doubleheader against a very good Concordia, Wisconsin team. It was night and day in both of those games. The Falcons took care of business in game 2 against Edgewood. That's an infield pop-up. So infield fly rule takes effect. The batter's out. Runners at first and second, 2 outs.
Designated hitter number 32, Mac Vesperman.
So Mac Vesperman up to the plate with 2 outs and runners on first and second. But going back to that Concordia, Wisconsin doubleheader for this Edgewood team, the Falcons, they took care of business in Game 2. And they beat Edgewood 8-3. In Game 1, against a very good Falcons team, like we mentioned, Edgewood run-ruled Concordia, Wisconsin 16-3 in 7 innings. This is a team, we talked about that up-and-down season for Edgewood. Up-and-down double headers. You explode and just dominate a team in one game, and you fall in the second. Right now against the Cougars, it is a dominant performance from the Eagles. And they lead by 8 and are still going in the top of the 8th. Stone fires. That's off the plate for ball 1 on Vesperman. Vesperman singled to deep right on a misplayed ball his last time up. Picked up 2 RBIs on that one. The 2-0 pitch. Make it 3-0. Stone sets on the rubber. Now he kicks and fires. It just pumped in the zone for a strike. Gets back into the count. It's 3-1 now. Stone fires. Strike 2. Bending it and painting the corner. 3-0 to 3-2. It's filled up. Here's the payoff pitch from Stone. And it's outside for ball 4. Vesperman keeps his bat on the shoulder for 7 pitches, and it pays off. Dominic Lee up to the plate with the bases loaded and 2 outs. He's 1 for 5. He reached on an error at second his last time up. That's grounded to second. Brando over to first for out number 3. Cougars get out of the inning. A comedy of errors and 2-run score for Edgewood. It's an 8-run lead for the Eagles, 14-6. Cougars desperate when we come back in the bottom of the 8th on the Cougar Sports Network. And we're back on the Cougar Sports Network. Jake Lupto back on the mound for another inning of work. Pitched a scoreless bottom of the 7th. And we have a pinch hitter for the Cougars, Reed Benner, stepping up to the plate, pinch hitting for Jeffrey Beckert. Benner, not a huge sample size this season, 16 at-bats. He's hitting .250 through those. And he takes that first pitch on the bottom of the zone for a strike. He's got 3 strikeouts to 2 walks. The 0-1 pitch to Benner. Painting the bottom of the zone. Again, 0-2 count on Benner. On deck is Richie Sperando. In the hole, Cam Buckley. And it's a 3-pitch strikeout. Benner keeps the bat on the shoulder all 3 pitches. Not a non-nat bat you like to see. And Benner will go ahead and sit down. That brings Richie Sperando up to the plate for the Cougs. Richie Sperando, 1 for 3 on the day, an RBI knock up the middle his last time up. Lupto gets the call. Now he'll set, kick, and fire. Sperando grounding that over to third, charging and watching it go foul is Helen Brand. I'll start the at-bat off in an 0-1 count. Lupta sets. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Sperando. That's right at short. Under the legs. He megs Kyle Prindle. And he'll reach first base. Richie Sperando, a hot shot to short. And the Cougs got a man on with 1 out.
Center fielder, number 23, Cam Buckley.
That was a hard hit ball. And, I mean, that would have been a tough play. Again, you'd like to see that play get made. It's a makeable play for Prindle at short. It's still a tough play to make. Runner at first, 1 out for Cam Buckley. Buckley's 0 for 4 on the day. And it's been a series of different ways to get out. 2 of them, to be exact. A couple of ground outs to start his day and then back-to-back flyouts. And he bunts that foul to start his at-bat 0-1. Luptow looks over to first. Now he'll set and fire. Buckley checks a swing. It's in the zone anyways for strike 2. Good start to the at-bat for Luptow. We got Brendan Holloway on deck. Luptow fires. And it's in the dirt for ball 1. One-two count. Lupto sets and fires. That's a hot shot to short again. Prindle charging for second, over to first. And he tries to do it all himself. He gets 1 out and can't finish off the double play. Does cut down the lead runner, so it makes it 2 outs and a man at first for Brendan Holloway. That was a good opportunity for a good big play from Prindle, and it wasn't a bad play. With that ball was just slow enough, that would have been a really tough play to make for Prindle. Runner at first, 2 outs for Holloway as he takes that first pitch for a strike. Holloway, 1 for 3 on the day, drew a walk in his last at-bat. This time he's got a man on first with 2 outs. Cougars trailing by 8. There's Buckley going for second. Holloway, a grounder over to short. Prindle is going to have to make it a fantastic play. He's at least able to keep it in the infield. So an infield knock for Brendan Holloway moves the runner to second. And it's first and second with Jake Mahler at the plate.
Third baseman number 5, Jake Mahler.
Mahler's 0 for 2 on the day. Drew a walk in his last at-bat. It's not really the explosive day that Jake would be looking for. Lupto sets on the mound, checks a second, now he fires. And Mahler barrels that one up down the left field line. That'll go foul. Able to make great contact with it, just too far out ahead. And he'll start this at bat 0-1. Oh, 1 count. Luptow sets, and now he fires. Mahler takes it low for ball 1, evens it up at 1 apiece. Here's the 1-1 from Luptow. And Mahler out ahead of it, able to tick it foul, but it still makes it a 1-2 count. Bottom of the 8th, Cougars trailing by 8, 2 outs, runners at first and second. Mahler takes it on the inside edge. They call him out looking. He is not happy with the call. And he lets the umpire hear it as he heads back to the dugout. Looking strikeout for Jake Luptow. We head to the top of the 9th, Cougars trailing by 8 when we come back. And we're back on the Cougar Sports Network. Edgewood back up to bat in the top of the 9th. They lead by 8, 14-6. Cougars with a series of substitutions, including Blake Hickey, another one of those senior pitchers on the mound for Concordia. Over at third, Connor Jerkatis at Richie Sperando slides over to short as Jake Mahler slides over to second. It's 1-0 count on Truby. And he'll foul that off to make it 1-1. Hickey sets. Here's the 1-1 pitch. Fouled off again to make it 1-2. Yeah, Ben Truby up right now. Charlie Tompak on deck. And Truby into right center field for a base hit. He's going to round first and slow up. Content with the single. It's a leadoff knock for the Eagles. You got man on, no outs in the top of the ninth. So Charlie Tompak up to the plate now for Edgewood. He's 4 for 4 with a walk. Reached base on a bunt single to lead off the top of the eighth. Hickey sets. And now he fires. Swing and a miss. He gets Tompak whiffing. Oh, 1 count. Hickey sets. And now he fires. On the outside, throw down to first. Truby's able to get back in time. One count on Tompak. Hickey gets the call. Now he'll kick and deliver. Swing and a miss. He gets Tompak whiffing again. 1-2 count on the right fielder. Hickey fires. In there! Strike 3. He paints the corner and freezes Tompak. That's out number 1. It'll bring Carter Kelly up to the plate.
Center fielder number 10, Carter Kelly.
Kelly reached on an error his last time up at the plate. He's 1 for 4 on the day with a single. He's got a man on first and 1 out in the top of the ninth. His team leading by 8. Hickey kicks and delivers. Bending that in. That was a beautiful motion. It's an 0-1 count on Kelly. Hickey sets himself again and delivers again. Now one just a bit further outside. I'll make it 1-1. One ball, 1 strike, 1 out, runner at first. Number 1 on the mound. Hickey delivers. That's high for ball 2. 2-1 count. Hickey sets and fires. That's over to short. Second, flipped to short, over to first. 5-6, 4-6-3 double play. Cougars turn 2 to end it. And we head to the bottom of the ninth. Concordia trailing by 8. Looking for a miracle when we come back on the Cougar Sports Network. And we're back in the bottom of the ninth. Cougars trailing by 8, looking for a miracle. And they've got Brandon Mahler leading things off to try and start one. He's going to go swinging on the first pitch. That's popped up into right field. Tom Pox there to make the play for out number 1.
Right fielder number 16, Xavier Zagerman.
With 1 out, that'll bring Xavier Zagerman up to the plate for Concordia. Luptow fires. And that's low and in the dirt for ball 1. One 0 count on Zagerman. Luptow fires. That's high for ball 2. He goes low, he goes high, and it's a 2-0 count. Zagerman on the day is 0 for 3. He's reached base twice on a hit by pitch and an error. Flew out his last time up. Luptow fires. And that's grounded into left field for a base hit. Zagerman's aboard. And the Cougars get a man on with 1 out. Dom Owens coming up to the plate for the Cougs. He's had a productive day at the plate. 2 for 3. Reached base on an error. And drew a walk his last time up at the plate. Luptow checks over to first. Sets and fires. That's low for ball 1. 1-0 count on Owens. Luptow's checks. He'll kick and fire. In there for a strike. 1-1 count on Owens. One ball, 1 strike, 1 out. Luptow fires. That's in there for a strike. Zagerman into second. Safely, Prindle is adamant he came off the bag and got the out. Infield ump does not accept it. 1-2 count on Zagerman. Sorry, on Owens. Zagerman's at second. 1-2 count on Owens. Luptow checks back to second and fires. That's outside. Zagerman's going to go for third. He's in safely. It was a nice sort of mental chess match. Kind of didn't go immediately. Truby saw him kind of hold up. So Truby slows up as he goes for the ball. Zagerman sees that and jumps on it. 2-2 count on Owens. Luptow fires. Low, ball 3, it fills it up. Full count, payoff pitch. Fouled off, Owens stays alive. Luptow is able to finish this game off. He'd pick up the save for pitching the final 3 innings. And he would also make it only 2 pitchers used all game by Edgewood. Luptow fires. That's low, ball 4. Owens draws a walk. And it puts runners at the corners with 2 outs. Runners at the corners with 1 out. And Jack Linko coming up to the plate. A nice long at-bat from Dom Owens, fighting for a walk. Went from down 1-2 to get the walk. Luptow checks the second, now he fires. And Linko, a high grounder to short. Grabbed by Prindle, firing to first, not in time. Linko's safe. It drives in a run. Zagerman scores, and the Cougars get a man across. And they still have just one out. High bounding grounder. And Connor Jerkadis is now going to be hitting for Benner in the 8-hole. Jerkadis stepping in with runners on first and second and one out. Got Sperando on deck. Luptal fires. Jerkadis takes it in the dirt for ball one. Cougars now trail by 7 after Zagerman scores. Luptal sets. He'll kick and fire. Low again for ball two. Two-0 pitch. Hot shot to third. The ball's fumbled. Diving for third and placing the glove on it for the out is Hellenbrand. So he's still able to make the play. So the fielder's choice makes it 2 outs. Runners at first and second for Sperando.
Shortstop number 8, Richie Sperando.
Richie Sperando's 2 for 4 on the day, singled in his last 2 at-bats. And he grounds that foul towards the Edgewood dugout for strike one. A 1 count. Luptal checks back to second. Now he fires. Oh, and he drops that in the bucket for a strike. 0-2 count on Sperando. Oh, 0-2 pitch on the way. That's high above the head for ball one. Yeah, 2 outs, runners at first and second. You do have Cam Buckley on deck. Luptal will kick and fire. That's high again for ball two. Two count. Balls and strikes even. Luptal checking over to first. Now he will kick and fire. That's in the dirt. Fills it up. 3-2 going from 0-2, 3-2. A good performance from Sperando, just being patient and not being too jumpy. And those pitches weren't too close, so wasn't hard takes, but still good. Payoff pitch. Low for ball 4. That is a good take from Richie Sperando. And it loads up the bases with 2 outs for Cam Buckley. Buckley, he's had a rough day today for the Cougars. 0 for 5. 2 groundouts, 2 flyouts. Reached on a fielder's choice his last at bat. Luptal sets and delivers. And Buckley grounding it foul down the first baseline. A 1 count on the center fielder. Luptal checks over to first. Now he'll set and fire. That's in the dirt for ball 1. Evens it up at 1 apiece. Luptal checking to first again. Not really looking like a throw down. There's the 1-1 pitch, and that drops in for a strike. 1-2 now on Buckley. One-two pitch. Grounded towards the mound. Luptow over to first. That'll end it. Edgewood comes into River Forest and dominates game one. They win 14-7. Over Concordia to take game one. They move up to 10-5 in conference. Cougars drop to 10-6. A strong performance from the Edgewood pitching staff. A strong performance from the batters. Cougars got the bats going a little bit. Pitching staff and the defense struggling today for CUC. They lose by 7 as we finish up game one. That is just game one. Cougars will have a chance to bounce back in game two of today's doubleheader against Edgewood. That'll be right here on the Cougar Sports Network in about 30 minutes. A quick look at your big star performers today for these teams. Chris Hahn, 3 earned runs, 6 allowed. Went 6 innings pitched with 6 strikeouts. Luptow, only 1 run allowed through 3 innings. Pair of Ks, only 4 hits given up. On offense, Charlie Tompak, 4 hits, 2 RBIs. A great day from the right fielder. On the Cougars' end, a lot of guys with a pair of hits. Dom Owens, a great day. Drew 2 walks, went 2 for 3 at the plate, and drove in 2 runs. On the mound, Kyle Stone, 1 1/3, no earned runs allowed. Blake Hickey, 1 inning, no earned runs allowed for them. And that'll do it for game one of today's doubleheader between the Cougars and the Eagles. We'll be back in about half an hour for game two between Concordia and Edgewood right here on the Cougar Sports Network.